Welcome back everybody to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta with just 2 characters, just to spice things up a little bit. Playing the game with only 2 characters instead of the usual 4 is not much more difficult, but it does spice up the gameplay just a little bit, making me think a bit more. And with our current job selection, I think we're gonna be probably fine. I also don't have any money to go into the next world with to begin with, but I think it's gonna be okay. Gonna unequip Lena here. And just in case I forget something, I tend to save before hopping into World 2. So last time we completed the first part, if you will, World 1. And we unlocked all of our jobs. We have Freelancer, Dancer, Bard and Samurai. Freelancer being kind of a strange one because traditionally in Job Fiestas, Freelancer is not actually a job that could be randomly selected, like, at all. Unless you were running some specific types of runs. So for me, this is, I think, my first Freelancer in a Job Fiesta setting, and that's kind of a unique thing to have, I would say. We don't really have much in the way of dealing great area of effect damage, but because the Freelancer can effectively equip literally any equipment, we do have access to a surprising amount of status effects that we will be able to use. What 2 jobs are we gonna use for the endgame? Almost certainly just Freelancer and Samurai, probably with Bard singing, and maybe some dances sprinkled in there. You have great damage with pay to win. I guess that is kind of true, isn't it? But it does cost a lot of money, and I literally don't have any right now, so that's that. So, as you land on this little island, you're either need to use a cabin or a tent in order to advance the story. There are these relatively weak POW enemies on this island here, and they guarantee to drop a tent if you defeat them. So just in case you don't have a tent, the game has an easy way to give you those. Alrighty. Just trying to think. We could go and grind a bunch in the trench in the late game if we want to get some levels, and we probably want to get some extra levels compared to what we usually do. Good night, butts. You can lose this battle or win it. If you win it, you just get an ether. But while the cutscene at the end looks a little bit different, because if you defeat the guy, there's a chest here with sleep gas in it that you are forced to open, and you get basically thrown into prison anyways in the end. And in the meantime, we're just gonna be waiting here until Galuf comes around and rescues the party. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well. Considering that we do have Samurai and we could use Guild Toss, what's our best late game moneymaker? We can't really use the Guild Turtle here, because that is basically something you can only easily exploit if you play the Game Boy Advance version. And this is the Super Nintendo version, so we don't get to have an easy Guild Turtle money. Then again, to be fair, Samurai is generally speaking strong enough to just defeat everything anyways, more or less. Because it can get some absurd probability of just evading enemies' attack. Purely because it uses a shield, it has an innate evasion passive, and we do have an accessory to boost evasion even further. So, for Galuf, who is currently a bard, we will want to master bard on him, but in order to get past Gilgamesh, I'm just gonna briefly turn him into a samurai as well. With hide, because why not? And equipment here gets this stealth armor. Great defense is not that interesting. And I think we just use that here, that's fine. Did I equip the elf cape? I did. Good. The elf cape gives us a 1 in 3 chance to dodge attacks. Then the shield currently has a 30% chance to block physical attacks, specifically physical by the way. I just saved over the previous save, so even if I forgot something, well, we're stuck here now. It's fine. Probably. And then, I actually don't remember what the probability is of the innate samurai evasion thing. Oh well, we might figure it out, maybe not, it's fine. Alrighty, for this guy here, actually I just realized it's technically better if I turn Galuf into a freelancer instead, because then we can equip the Thief's Armlet. We're gonna give him the Doom Axe, then we have a chance to one-shot Gilgamesh here. And we're actually gonna sit in the back row for this. So the entire purpose of this is basically you can one-shot Gilgamesh here. Normally you need to deal about 1,500 damage to him. Which, you know, is not that much. He does hit decently hard, but especially if you're sitting in the back row, it's not a big deal. Basically, I'm just hoping that I, however, get the instant death proc, because basically after you deal 1,500 damage to him, he's just gonna run away. So Galuf's just blocking everything. But if you do defeat him via a Doom proc, you actually get an extra elixir out of it. Galuf prefers to not get hit, but he's also not really hitting the Doom Axe proc. Oh, he tried there, but Gilgamesh resisted. Doom doesn't have the highest probability to hit, but it's pretty decent, theoretically. There it is. We miss out... Actually, no, this Gilgamesh battle doesn't even give you ability points, I think. So, I was about to say, we miss out on a few ability points for Samurai or Bard or whatever. But really, we actually don't. Alrighty, we're gonna turn Galuf back into the Bard. Because we want to have him get the ability points for that. And we're gonna turn Lena into the Samurai for now. And we're gonna give her Sing. Samurai has pretty poor magic power, but it might still be fine. Could equip harps in order to get a bit of extra agility out of it. I guess that's gonna be more immediately useful compared to singing. So I think we do that. You don't have a headgear. I must have solved that. Whoops. That's a bit of a blunder, because now we are missing... Oh, I saw the green beret, didn't I? Wait, you can't equip the green beret. Neither can Galuf. I remember. Sometimes. Oh well. And since this is a 2-character challenge, but there's no official way to have only 2 characters in your team, our 2 characters are just gonna take a nap by themselves and then we run away at the first opportunity. You think the spiders are hungry? To be fair, they don't look particularly hungry. Hey, yes, Grunt, welcome to you as well. Hope you're doing well. And welcome as well, Finnish Karlan. One of the abilities I'm looking to get from the samurai is, I think it might be the last ability, which is effectively something equivalent to an insta-kill attempt on all enemies. How strong are these? Apparently stronger than this, so let's run. And once again, I'm reminded that I didn't buy a coral sword, which would be actually very handy in this upcoming place. Oh well. Do we have potions? No, actually we do not. We don't have any potions remaining. Uh-oh. We have high potions. After the next boss we will be able to buy high potions. Also, if we really absolutely and definitely need high potions, we could farm the first enemy on the bridge here. Because they do have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us a high potion as well. Do I have a way to stop Gilgamesh? I can slow him, technically with the ancient sword. Alright, these things can deal a good chunk of damage. I think they have like 500 HP. But they're also susceptible to being stopped, so Galuf singing the love song to inflict stop. The robots just don't do anything anymore. Alrighty, they do in fact not do anything anymore, so that's good. What do you have equipped? The Guardian Dagger, that's good. Galuf will be able to finish off this guy. Gonna have Lena finish off. Okay, I guess we don't finish them off. Can we love song again? I think we can re-establish the stop song. So yeah, if we absolutely don't manage to get past Gilgamesh on the bridge here, there's a 1 in 16 chance for high potion drop. I'm actually tempted to just go back and save. Because what even is my method of defeating Gilgamesh? Actually, I just realized it kind of involves money. Let me actually try to figure out how much money does it cost me to do like one guild toss at level 27. Let's see, guild cost is 50 times the level. So, well, times targets. So that's 50 times 27. It's 1,100... 1,350 gold. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna farm this first encounter a few times. You don't have to actually leave all the way. You only have to step back a few tiles and then come back in order for these guys to respawn. Oh, that's kinda neat. Lena can actually just one-shot these guys. Just about. Did we level up? Did she just gain like an attack multiplier out of it? No, it's just coincidence. Yeah, 2 steps back and I think that's when we step onto the tile again. Oh, they don't have 500 HP. I don't know how much HP they have, but apparently it's not quite 500. So I want to have enough money for like 2 guild tosses, I think. So that's about 2,700 gold. One could argue that I should have just grinded out enough money in World 1, but I didn't really think that far ahead. How much money do we get per encounter? Actually a decent amount, so just a little bit more. They have 480 HP. In case anybody's curious about the exact number. So that is 4 more damage than we technically need, if you want to think about it that way. If they were to not get stop zone, they could theoretically attack us with some kind of bomb attack, I forget the name of. But it deals about like 260 to 300 damage and inflicts the HP leak status. So it's quite a lot of damage actually that we would sustain if we get hit by it. Alrighty. We do have enough money now. I'm gonna go back and save real quick. We'll leave the good music behind, just for a moment. Fun fact, we actually spawn on the tile that we need to place on in order to enter the bridge. So we have to step back and back onto it in order to get back. That was a good crit. I'm pretty sure that would not have KO'd otherwise. Ooh, another high potion for the road. Very nice. Okay. Maybe... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh here does not actually give us ability points. So I'm gonna turn Galaf into a freelancer for now. Equip hide, because what else am I gonna equip? And we can already equip harps. Actually, while we can equip harps, we don't currently gain the stat boost from the bar. So equip harps actually gives us the agility and the magic power of the bar. The magic power not really mattering as much. But now we have the extra agility. I don't think Gilgamesh on the bridge here can be blinded, if I'm not mistaken. I think he is immune to that. Like, he's immune against most status effects, except, I think, for slow? Something like that. There's almost... like, most bosses or enemies are not immune to slow. Which is kind of like the one consistent thing you have across most enemies and bosses. This one here... Oh, actually I'm entirely wrong. He actually is susceptible to quite a lot of status effects, including blind. So that's nice. So we're gonna try and take advantage of that. Welcome to Gilgamesh on the bridge. Excuse me. He has 6,500 HP, and once he drops below 2,500 HP remaining, he is going to attempt to cast Haste, Protect, and Shell on himself. Basically, going twice as fast. He's already much faster than we are, by the way. And taking half damage. Except for whatever reason, Guildhouse is like the one exception that does not get reduced in damage by either Shell or by Protect for some reason. Galaf, please hit. The Darkness Bow does have a 30% chance to miss. But it is almost guaranteed to actually inflict the Dark status to begin with. Oh, he does have Wind Slash, huh? But another thing I want to actually inflict on this guy is... I want to try to use the Ancient Sword on him. And if I use the Ancient Sword... Oh, I have the healing stuff, that's right. So maybe the magic power does come in handy. I'm gonna try and slow him with the Ancient Sword. In the Super Nintendo version, this is the Super Nintendo version, the aging status effects on enemies does not actually affect their combat stats, except for speed and some weird edge cases. Okay, he is blinded too, so that's good, because that miss right there was a blind effect. Except for some weird edge cases, where I think X-Def at the end of World 2 here is going to deal absurdly high damage with Quick if you put the aging status effect on him. Which you're not supposed to do anyways, he's technically immune to the status, but because level 2 ult from the Blue Mage just ignores that. Yeah. Anyways, we should largely be fine here, because I completely forgot about the healing stuff. And we have extra high potions if we need them. Gonna wait until Gallo's turn comes around. Gilgamesh soon will probably have like 1 speed at this stage. And... which weapon do we give you, Gallo? I guess technically Doom Axe would be the strongest we have. But the whip allows me to attack from the back for full damage, so does the full moon. I think the whip is technically slightly better, but I'm actually not even sure about that. Anyways. It's kind of funny, the katana that we have from very, very early on is still a really strong weapon here. Well, a decently strong weapon. It's about the level you expect to have at this stage, I suppose. Alrighty, there we go. He is entering phase 2. And now he takes half damage from basically most regular attacks. The jump still does full damage into the back row, so this is why I was a bit worried about him still attacking like that. But this is the part where I'm gonna unpack the healing stuff. If I find it. And just have Gallo heal, because he's not really contributing much damage anyways. And I could use Guild Toss just to demonstrate this deals deal... oh, it actually just ends the fight. I didn't even realize it would deal that much damage. Guild Toss is ridiculous. Anyways, it's a load of damage, but it's also quite expensive. I thought I would need at least 2 Guild Tosses. I was just gonna demonstrate 1 Guild Toss and then do that. By the way, if you walk in this pattern on the bridge, you avoid all enemy encounters. The enemy encounters are not really terribly threatening or, well, worthwhile, so I just skip them. Welcome to you, Rackadactylus. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, welcome to World 2. We're not quite free to go wherever we please yet, but we can go a lot of places. Let's go. Kind of like before, random encounters in a lot of cases are just a lot of work for little reward. It can be fun to fight them like once or twice, just kind of to get a sense of what the enemies are, because it's not always trivial to defeat random encounters. Some of them have quite a few nasty tricks up their sleeves. But in our case, especially the fairy orcs, we want to absolutely avoid. The fairy orcs will revive a dead party member. 50% of the time, it just revives them, which is really nice of them. The other 50% of the time, their party members are gonna be a zombie, which, you know, is not that nice. Technically, a holy water is cheaper than a phoenix down to revive a party member. But practically, I don't think usually you use that for that purpose. Alrighty, and here is where we can buy high potions for the first time. Do we need high potions? I don't know, but I absolutely would like to have a bunch of holy waters, aka revivifies in this version, just to combat a potential zombie invasion. Also, since we now know that the shurikens are useless, we can sell them. What else can we sell? I'm not gonna use the full moon anymore, or the whips. If I want to use a whip type weapon, I have better options. We keep the darkness bow, that's pretty good still. The ancient sword inflict old is pretty good. The knife in order to knock out a character out of sleep or confusion is good. Green beret I guess we can keep for now. And the thief's glove is technically like +1 agility if I really want it in that item slot. Equipment slot. Right, we can afford 6 high potions, oh boy. It's almost as if we threw our money away and didn't have any anymore. I actually don't know if there's any new samurai swords for sale anywhere. Let's see. This is the katana, this is the weapon we already have, and there's the slumber sword. We would like to have that one actually. Because this can inflict sleep, as the name would suggest. And having access to the ability to put enemies to sleep is reasonably powerful. But we can't afford it right now, so we just move on. For now. Hello. This is a revenge attack. Deals damage equivalent to your currently missing HP. This guy has a lot of HP. He will one-shot us if given the opportunity. So, that's kind of why I also said some encounters are, like the random encounters, are not necessarily easy. They can be, but these are definitely not. Alrighty, do I wanna fight these things down here? I'm probably not gonna fight 4 crab encounters. But the others, if the stop song and charm song works, we might use it. I actually don't know if it works, but we're gonna find out. Alright, this one we skip. They are weak to lightning, but they do have reasonably high physical defense, and I, well, didn't buy a lightning sword, which is something I mentioned a few times, I suppose. This guy, I don't actually know. Okay, you can confuse him. And he appears to be slightly faster than we are, so... Oh, he's just gonna breathing himself. That's great, because this does not knock him out of confusion, and it's 25% of his maximum health gone right there. Twice. If you catch him and release him, this is also the ability he uses, which does work on bosses, by the way. Normally percentage-based attacks do not work on bosses, but this one does. And especially if you have a really high HP boss, 25% of the max HP is Well, most of their HP just straight up gone. 25% to be exact. Surprising. Let's see, this gave 273 gil, 444 experience. You know, the experience is not terrible. I mean, there are other encounters that are not crabs, even if it doesn't look like it sometimes. It's just random which one you get. Okay, hey, there we go. And the not crab encounter. That took a bit. Oh, you had to hit that guy. Oh well. Stomach acid. I do believe this both slows. No, actually, this one doesn't slow, but it does inflict the HP leak status. You got this turn way too fast for it to be slow as well. This chest is a phoenix stone. And I would like to have it. Blood slimes. Fun fact about these guys, they start out being poisoned at the beginning of battle. And they never lose the poison status. I'm not entirely sure why, but it probably has something to do with them using Vampire as their main attack ability. Vampire dealing damage equivalent to half of your missing HP. So they continuously take damage, but try to vampire it off of the player afterwards, I guess. They're also weak to fire. But, well, I'm just skipping those guys. Hero drinks, so we should try and sell these. As should we with the dark matters. These are not terribly useful. I will use a high potion, just in case. This is the Tyrosaur. I believe it has like 5000 HP, and it does have some nasty attacks that can knock out a singular character. It's like, I think it has revenge attack. I'm actually not sure what he does, because usually what he do is just throw a phoenix down. And 75% of the time, approximately give or take, this guy is just gonna take a nap. Because even though he's undead and kinda looks like a boss, he is not flagged as heavy. So this is the mandatory-ish Final Fantasy boss that can be defeated with a single phoenix stone. I say mandatory because that also appears in Final Fantasy 6. I think it appears in Final Fantasy 8. I'm actually not sure the others have that. But it's kind of funny on how at least the two Super Nintendo games that I know reasonably well just have a boss like that. It's definitely in 7 and 10. Nice. Oh, right, wasn't the underwater guy in 10, wasn't it? I thought it was the zombie status you can inflict, but doesn't he start with the zombie status? It's the Red 9... Oh, Red 13 dungeon boss? Red 9 dungeon boss in 7. Yeah, it's been a while since I played through Final Fantasy 7. Played through that game once on stream. I guess it's not technically been that long, but I didn't really retain all the details. And because it was a blind playthrough, people didn't really tell me about the boss stuff. Because I was supposed to figure it out myself, which I appreciate. The one where you could go discover what happened to his dad. I see. It's like, is that like the first time you meet Red 13, or is that later in that other village with the good music? That other village with the good music. I don't think that narrows it down too much for Final Fantasy VII, does it? When you get to the town he's from, I see. I have a vague memory of that, but I have no clear recollection as to what I even encountered there. Anyways, 7 and 10 deserve it as well. Now we just need to have somebody who is knowledgeable about 9 and beyond to know. Meet this grandpa, then you have a somewhat weird dungeon. Right. That sounds about right. So Moogle. Suit. With the Moogle suit, this Moogle is really happy that we are trying to fit in with the Moogle society, respecting their approach, and gives us an elf cape as a reward for, well, us trying to respect their culture or something like that. Anyways, elf cape number 2, we now have another one that allows us to just block incoming physical attacks 1 in 3 times. Multiplicative with whatever other sources of blocking damage. Anyways, these Moogles here, by the way, gravitate towards your position. Like, their movement is semi-random, but biased towards going towards wherever you are as the player. The Pixel remaster unfortunately didn't get that memo, so it's just entirely random movement. Which, to be fair, I didn't actually notice that it was them gravitating towards your position until later. So it's easy to miss. Worst change ever. Boo, Pixel Remaster, we want friendly Moogles. Right. By the way, my favorite part about this music here is, I think, the arpeggios, or arpeggios. Actually not sure how to pronounce it. I think these are like the little rolling, playful notes in the background. I tend to be a big fan of those. And I think they're called arpeggios. That's what a viewer once told me when I pointed the same thing out in Secret of Mana. I did look it up afterwards, and it seems to be reasonably accurate. We picked up Exit. This is a time magic spell that we cannot actually use. But sometimes I want to test some things. So I like to have Exit just to be able to warp out of the final dungeon. Alrighty, as we're leaving this castle, we're gonna get ambushed by another abductor enemy. These things have basically no real status effect resistance, so I think I can just confuse him, and he's gonna try and use Hurricane on himself sometimes. Hurricane putting your character into critical HP. Let's see if we can arrange that. Oh, right, you're still in the back row. Let's go and have Lena attack before I cast a charm. There's Hurricane. I would prefer if you didn't do that on me. I would prefer if you did this on yourself, to be honest. Nope, that's not it. I'm gonna try again. Still not. Lena has a very high probability of not actually getting hit, even if he does attack her, thanks to the shield and basically all the evasion stacks we have. I actually don't know the probability right now. I'm pretty sure he can Hurricane himself. But if I were to guess, it's like the same 1 in 3 chance for him to use any given type of attack that he has access to when confused. Maybe I'm mistaken, maybe we cannot confuse him. Oh, well, he's done anyways. Lena Samurai Sprite is so beautiful. Oh no. Like a dag. Oh, and just taking a nap. She did not want to use that Samurai Sprite for you anymore. It's kind of rude, Lena. Let's wake her back up for it. I actually don't remember how the other characters look as samurais. Let me actually briefly see. Lena does look pretty good, I will say. I agree. This is pretty okay. This is okay. This is okay. Actually, I think I like Lena Samurai Sprite the most of all the bunch. Neat. Anyways, the other two need to take a nap again, but we can do that. Wait, is Butts level 3 for some reason? Did I accidentally level him up somewhere along the way? No, he's level 2. I just didn't see that right. Righty, more cutscenes. Fairy samurai sprite looks like a knight. A little, yeah. Hey, I just saw XF posted that old trick shot clip. In the Discord. Alrighty, welcome to the village of Kelp. In here we can buy a bunch of useful items, probably. If you don't remember what we might be able to get. Could get a Gaia gear, which is slightly better defense for our bard. Maybe. Can also buy some strength armor, which apparently the samurai can use. Sure. Gives +3 strength if I'm not mistaken, so a decent upgrade, I guess. Oh, right, you still have no helmet, so maybe we wanna buy a helmet here of sorts. You can't equip a bandana, which is a bit of a shame. That would also give extra strength. Gold helmet. I don't think I've ever bought a gold helmet before. I'm not gonna do it now either. I'm gonna be stingy here. Alright, we could buy a killer bow. This killer bow has an 8% chance to kill anything that is not immune to instant death. That's the entire thing. Which, to be fair, could be quite helpful. It's also decently strong, but only a 70% accuracy. So, might be tricky to use. Not sure. How am I gonna use it? I should buy one, so I have one. And you can sell me the slumber sword. And we're out of money again. Who would have thought? We don't need the slumber sword or the killer bow in the near future, but just having them is kind of nice. Alright, this is also the part where we're actually gonna put Sing onto Lena instead of equip harps. Because we'll be fighting some undead stuff. And Requiem destroys undead enemies reasonably efficiently. The downside is Lena right now has relatively low magic power, because the Sing from the Bard does not actually give you the Bard's magic power. But I think it should still deal pretty solid damage. Plus we can even confuse enemies if we need to. Alright, the other two need to be taking a nap here. This is Golem. He slaps you once and then runs away, unless you get a preemptive strike on him. Charm. The downside of using Charm here is that the drippy enemies have a chance to cast Return. So I think I should actually cast the Love Song to paralyze them instead. The Zombie Dragon notably is not flagged as heavy in the code, so you can actually defeat them instantly with Phoenix Dance. But they're also undead, so Requiem would destroy their HP reasonably fast. And notably, songs cost you 0 MP. Still have over 1000 damage from Lena with just Requiem. That's still really good. No, we just need to defeat this guy. He has like 800 HP, I think, something along those lines. Well, and he doesn't have that much anymore. Defeating these zombie dragons always gives us a Dragon Fang, which is worth 2,500 gold when we sell it. It does have a use in chemist mixes, but we don't have a chemist, so it's just money for us. Ah, this is the encounter I was kind of looking for, I guess. Bone dragons have less HP than zombie dragons. They are flagged as heavy, so usually in most situations we actually don't want to see these guys, because you can't just insta-kill them with Phoenix Stone. But this is just enough damage to knock out these guys for this amount of experience and a bit of money. I guess I could put Lena into the front row by default. She will usually survive the attacks anyways. Is there any good place to farm experience with Requiem Song? There is in the late game. Until then, not necessarily. In the late game you can go into the trench, and Requiem is quite amazing for that part. Requiem, by the way, also inflicts the HP leak status, so the zombie dragon will continuously lose HP after it gets hit by it. You can usually add, let's say, roughly at 100 HP damage to anything that gets hit by a sap die type attack. It's not exact, but kinda depends on how you menu and how much it drains anyways. These Sting Eagles don't have much HP, but they have a lot of evasion. Daggers ignore half of the evasion, so Gallop's chance to hit it here is actually pretty good. Oh, I thought that would knock you out, but it didn't. Did I pick up the... No, that's not until afterwards here. There's a new samurai sword, or well, katana, I guess, that we can pick up here. Oh, wow. So this encounter, you can help Golem not get murdered. And because Golem is not undead, and the dragons are, you can actually clear this encounter pretty quickly with Requiem. You can also use like area effect fire damage, which Golem will get damaged by, but usually you knock out the dragons before that becomes a problem. If you want to save him. Anyways, we do this here just so on the way out he's not gonna just appear in random encounters anymore, slap us and run away, because that's just HP damage that we don't need to take. And it's easy enough for us to do here anyways. Alrighty. And we get the Golem item. We actually need to use this in order to get the Golem summon. We don't have a summoner, so that's irrelevant, but this way it's out of my inventory, and, well, we have less stuff in the inventory, which means it's easier to find the other things. Alrighty, here we get the Air Blade. This is actually a samurai weapon. A decent upgrade. Well, actually, it's 2 more attack power. It's kind of a decent upgrade, mainly because of its special effect. I think it's like a 1 in 8 chance for it to cast Wind Slash. It also boosts your wind elemental damage by 50%. For what it's worth. But basically it's a slight upgrade, but whenever it procs the Wind Slash, it's actually pretty decent damage, all things considered. And to be fair, that 2 attack actually might make it so that we reliably could 2-shot the drippy enemy here. Oh. Or just get the Wind Slash. That is definitely a 2-shot now. Hey Milk Groups, welcome. Thank you for the good luck. Oh, they have a rare drop for an ether. That's interesting. I think that's like, what, 700 or 750 gold that you get each time you sell one of these? So this next boss actually could be kind of tricky to defeat. We can... Like, usually when you have some form of area of effect attack, you're usually fine to just defeat it without too much trouble. But in our case, because our main means of area of effect is either against undead or costs a lot of money, that might actually not be a reasonable possibility. Also, these guys, if they use Bone that puts into critical HP, you can resist it, it's not a terribly accurate attack. But if it hits, well, there goes a lot of HP. We're gonna turn Galef here into a Freelancer. With equip harp, so he's a bit faster. Height probably doesn't matter. The Elf Cape also doesn't matter. Fun enough, because we're gonna be too slow for that to matter anyways. The Bone Mail, by the way, is an interesting piece of equipment. It gives you immunity to Blind, Instant Death, Berserk, and Confusion. Notably, Confusion we don't otherwise have access to be able to, you know, get outside of using the ribbon, outside of using the Bone Mail now. So we do now have a way to not get confused. And we're gonna use the Doom Axe here, because this is basically the reason as to why I wanted to farm a Doom Axe before moving on. Because this gives us a chance to instantly kill the boss here. Let's see how that's gonna work. We can theoretically confuse the little flowers, but they have pretty high magic evasion, if I'm not mistaken, so the chance to confuse them is not too great, unfortunately. Anyways, 1 in 3 chance to proc instant death, and it has a really high chance of landing on this guy if it does proc. Did not proc, so let's try to confuse the little flowers. We could also use the stop song, I just realized. That actually would make sense. Oh wow, we hit all the flowers. The little flowers, all they do is do a regular attack that inflicts one status effect. Their attack never misses. Oh nice, we've actually just won. That's very, very nice. Their attack always guaranteed inflicts a status effect if you are not immune to it. The status effects range from trivial, like poison, to very, very debilitating. They also have 100 HP, by the way. But in our case, well, we just win, which is nice. But yeah, they also have confusion, paralyze. We are not immune to paralysis, for what it's worth. And blind. What else do they have? Confusion, paralysis, blind, poison, aging status effect as well. Which, oh yeah, the Bone Mail also gives you immunity to aging, I think. I'm actually not entirely sure about that, but I think it does. Alrighty, that worked out pretty well. This was pretty much exactly what I was hoping for, and that's all thanks to having the Doom Sickle. The alternative would be using the Killer Bow, but the 8% chance is much, much worse than the roughly 1 in 3 chance of the Doom Sickle to knock this thing out. And since we don't have any particularly good area of effects attacks, this could have been awkward. Also, the coronet we picked up is a very interesting piece of equipment. It does have slightly better stats across the board, but it's also fairly heavy, so we lose a bit of speed for what it's worth. I guess it is a fair bit better than the Plumed Hat. It also gives you 1 magic power. You know what, we're gonna actually equip this for once. Why not? Usually I don't equip it because, for one, if you sell it you get a crazy amount of money, and we kind of need money, I guess. And for 2, it is reasonably heavy, so it usually will, compared to how much stats it gives, not really give you any meaningful defensive benefit. I usually prefer that 1 extra speed, or even 2 sometimes. However, the special effect of the coronet is that it will allow you to have a much higher probability of controlling an enemy if you use the Beastmaster's control ability. Also, apparently that 1 extra magic power pushes Galuf over the threshold where his Requiem now deals even more damage than before. Not necessary on these guys, but maybe the zombie dragons need 1 less Requiem spellcast now? Probably should put Galuf back into the back row. Oh, he also equipped the Dancing Dagger, didn't he? This is also +1 agility and magic power for what it's worth. Yeah, he does. I prefer the Guardian Dagger just because of the 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. Is this enough? Yep, this time it's enough. Previously, 2 Galuf attacks and 1 Len attack was not enough, but thanks to Galuf dealing more damage, it is. I think this might be my best place to grind if I want to grind out more levels for some reason. But I also don't think we'll need it. I guess it would be nice to have a few more levels. A little bit more maximum HP. Alrighty. I'm actually gonna unequip the coronet here and just sell it. Because I would like to finally buy a decent supply of high potions, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Sell this. It's so weird, normally you also sell a lot of the equipment pieces, but we also still use and need a lot of the equipment pieces, so I guess we don't. Oh, I just realized Lena never equipped the strength armor. Because it has slightly less defense than the gold armor. So let's sell the gold armor. And then we buy all the high potions we can afford. Right, I didn't sell the coronet yet. Where is it? Oh, somehow it's further down. I'm ever going to use the katana. Maybe if I don't want to proc a wind slash, I guess. So I'm gonna keep it for now. Anyways, more money. Max out the high potions. That's gonna be our most reliable way of healing. And now I have no soft so far. Let's buy a few of those, removing the petrifications that has effect. And let's buy 15 Phoenix Stones. Alrighty. And the rest, we probably just keep the money for throwing away. Literally. If we need that, that is. Now we hope we don't get into back attack with one of these ridicule enemies. Because they will revive a character that is currently dead into a zombie. Which is kind of inconvenient in challenges where you are not playing with a full party. We find an Epi sword. It doesn't have any special ability attached to it, it's just a really strong sword. Notably not a knight sword, just a regular sword, but it's really strong. Such a great sword. Yep, it does exactly what you expect a sword to do, I guess. Alrighty, welcome to World 2. We can go places. First of all, we're gonna sink an island. Then we're gonna visit Gilgamesh in the boat. Also known as Gilgaboat. Alrighty. Mission success. Island has sunk. Or something. Wait, wrong place. Actually, you know what? We're going... Oh, I can do this after the first gobbledygook fight. Because Gilgaboat might as well get the Death Sickle back out. Nap time. Alrighty, welcome to... Well, first of all, the gobbledygook. And we need to make sure our allies are taking a nap here, so I'm just defending first turn. Good night. Can I stop song you? I can, okay. These guys are almost certainly not heavy, so... Lena almost one-shot that guy. They have a bit more than 1000 HP, so a bit stronger than the standard enemy, but they also give a decent amount of experience and money for what it's worth. And now we're gonna turn Gallop into a freelancer. I'm pretty sure this encounter doesn't give you experience anyways. Ability points, that is. Although I could be mistaken. Alright, we're gonna use the same strategy as we did in the basement, because this Gilgamesh here is not immune to instant death. And we're gonna just abuse that part. And hope that Galef is just gonna hit. That's on time. He's not dealing too much damage, but he does have a few nasty tricks up his sleeve if he decides to just throw that our way. He has 8,888 HP, and once he drops below 6,000 HP remaining, he's gonna summon in Enkidu. Basically an additional guy that has about 4,000 HP and heals both of them for 4,000 HP with White Wind. White Wind healing you for the same amount that you currently have HP of. Also, this is half your HP gone right there, but actually it's 75% of your HP gone. But it's for current HP. Come on, Galef, there we go, good job, buddy. Goodbye, Gilgamesh, until the next time we get good music. Then again, a lot of music in this game is really good. It just tends to be a highlight for a lot of people. Alright, we're gonna probably turn Galef back into a bard. We could maybe consider Dancer here, because Dancer would give us better damage output. But I'd rather have Galef just master bard, so he can sing as well. Elf Cape, Guardian Dagger. Alright. Boom. Break down the wall. Kinda makes you wonder, what is the normal entrance to this place? Because I don't think this is it. I think if you have a look at the bottom room, there's a very visible entry point. Oh yeah, I guess this is kind of the normal entrance. Closed off for obvious reasons. I never realized that. I suppose this is also the first time I kind of wondered that out loud. Good catch. Oh hey, there's the guy that we are looking for. Also, Lena's accidentally still in the back row. We can use Charm on this guy, because he's not immune to getting confused. They do hit decently hard for what it's worth, but because They always have reflect on them, so they reflect spells. But only, mostly, specifically, single target spells. He casts Wall on me, that is very nice of you. I appreciate that technically. Anyways, it's gonna wait until he hits himself sometime. You were wondering exactly the same thing during this year's Job Fiesta, so you wandered around and saw that. Nice. Alright, we can also try to use the Dancing Dagger. The Dancing Dagger notably has a 50% chance of using a dancing move, or trying to use a dancing move, instead of attacking normally. Dance, actually I haven't even explained this in this run yet. Basically, Dance does one of 4 things. It's a Mystery Waltz, absorbing MP from the enemy, adding it to your own. Jitterbug Duet, it absorbs HP, and add it to your own. Swords Dance, which deals 4 times damage effectively. It's technically doubling your attack power and doubling your attack multiplier, to be exact, but it's basically 4 times damage. And because the magic power part of Jitterbug Duet scales with magic power is also usually pretty good. Technically, Sword Dance is usually what you want, but in this case, because I have Galif in the back row, it's actually quite desirable for me to get Jitterbug Duet instead. The other part is Tempting Tango, the 4th dance. That one, if the enemy is not immune to confusion, they will get confused. Which is notably just ignoring any form of magic evasion that normally would be in play there. And let's have Lena be in the front row. We're actually going to look for... Oh, we can do a really fun strategy against Xdef at the end of World 2, I just realized. That's gonna be amazing, actually. Anyways, we do want to have 2 Reflect Rings for that strategy, so this might be a bit of a grind, because these guys here have a 1 in 16 drop rate for Reflect Rings. So I would like to have that. I think I'm too high up already. Am I? Or is it? No, I think it's the next room that we want to farm the Reflect Knights in. We want to just farm the solo Reflect Knights because, sure, there's 2 Reflect Knights in the other encounter, but we just don't really have a good way to deal with them efficiently. I guess we could throw money, theoretically. Welcome to Felfaron, hope you're doing well. The chance for the singular Reflect Knight encounter in this room, I think, is 90 out of 256. Whatever that boils down to. Basically, it's one of the two common encounters. Time Slip inflicts sleep and all status at the same time. Also in this version, we cannot run away from encounters until we get a turn. Actually, until we have a turn to be specific. I think. Actually, that might be wrong. Nice crit. That's gonna speed up the thing. I actually did not pay attention if I got it here. Nope, did not get it. You can run as soon as 21 frames have passed since the start of the battle, but usually either side, allies or enemies, will act first, slowing down when running away is detected. Oh, interesting. So basically, because the game does a time skip to fast forward to your or the enemy's first turn, those 21 frames usually mean that player or enemies act first. 21 frames is like a third of a second approximately. Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you, Samurai Guru. But I think I am kind of like mixing up versions for what it's worth. Oh, nice. Good job, Lena. Because some versions you do... You know, considering that I prefer using the dance move on Galuf, maybe I should just put dance on him to begin with. Thinking phase. Yeah, actually, let's have Galuf be a dancer for now. Equip harps to get a bit of extra speed. You can equip a bone mail as a dancer? I forgot about that part. Yeah, sure, more defense. Why not? Just need to not forget to take it off afterwards. I guess we can be in the front row for it if we have a bone mail for defense. Dance. Wrong dance. He only takes 14 damage with a bone mail and a ribbon. That's pretty nuts. And also Sword Sense now deals substantial damage because we're in the front row. It's no longer halved. I wonder if the row multiplier is attached before. Actually, maybe I could just ask that. Is row multiplier attached before the sword dance multiplier for the modifier? Because this would mean that like you would think halving the damage and then doubling it, because if you're at the back row, your physical damage is halved, would kind of result in the same damage, but it really doesn't necessarily. Because if it is like an odd number, it is half rounded down, and then afterwards, presumably if sword dancing, it's doubled. So it's actually less than it started at. The game checks if you hold the L plus R button to run away every 21 frames. In case you held it less, you cannot run away, so using a turbo will never let you run away. Turbo on the L and R buttons? I guess that makes sense. Because they want to make sure you don't accidentally press L and R at the same time, just briefly, and run away. So, question, does this mean if I have a slower battle speed setting, I get more opportunities to run away from combat before enemies get to attack if I get the first turn, because I also have much longer before the enemy gets to, does anything on the first turn. You feel the drop rate of this wall ring is lower than 1 in 16. You could also just get very unlucky. Yeah, you can always get very unlucky, that's very true. But I think 1 in 16 is pretty accurate, from my experience. Sometimes I get it early, sometimes it takes a while. And realistically, because you don't get that many encounters per minute or hour, whatever you want to call it, it can sometimes take quite a while. Tempting Tango. I'm just gonna wait until he hits himself or something. You would have more time to escape, huh? Wow, okay. That is fascinating. Do you by chance know if that's the same in the Game Boy Advance version, or is that different? As for the damage formula question, it's been ages since you looked into that, hence you didn't answer. That's fair. It's not something that would necessarily come up much anyways. You're trying for like 30 minutes. Right. I mean, it kind of depends on how quickly you can eliminate these encounters too, right? Like 30 minutes can result in 10 kills if you have a really slow party. Or 200, really. But 30 minutes is quite the investment, I will say. It does occasionally happen to me as well, at least, for 30 minutes. Kinda depends. And since I would like to have 2 reflect rings here, preferably, it might take me a bit longer than that. Solar Berserker one-shot. Yeah, that's pretty fast. Which version, if I might ask? Then again, if you have a Berserker here, that means the enemy gets to usually attack you at least once, so you also have to heal in between. SNES. Oh. You can reliably one-shot them? You think it should be the same in Game Boy Advance, but Game Boy Advance has lag frames every now and then. That it does. Honk. I guess Stab dealt, what, 250 damage to Galef, so I actually don't need to heal until he drops below about 250 HP. For Lena, it's probably a bit more. We actually found a good use for a dancer, I will say. Because the dance move just feels better here. Zoom. Pretty good damage. Zoom. These guys have like 1600 HP, so Galuf can't just one-shot them 25% of the time. It's kind of funny. We get back attack, so we're in the back row, but then the Magnetist just pulls us into the front row anyways. Bonk. Goodbye. Maybe I should give Lena the dancing dagger. I mean, the air blade, 1 in 8 chance to wind slash is pretty solid, and the chance of crit. Then again, I guess I don't have another weapon for Galuf in that case. Is there an equipped samurai weapon ability? I don't think there is there? I might be wrong. Because that would technically be useful at a dancer. Equip... Equip whip, bow, axe, katana. There is actually. Gives you the samurai strength. So theoretically, we could have a samurai wielding dancer deal dishing out damage. Huh. Equip katana is not actually even a, like, you might be able to tell by me not even knowing or remembering if there even was such an ability. It's not usually something that comes up much. When you think samurai, it's like great evasion and survivability. Sometimes you think of the insta-kill move at the end of the job class. Yeah, did you just give your turn away? Or did we get a preemptive? Nice crit. But it's kind of unusual to want to have equipped katana as the thing. But considering it does give us the samurai strength, theoretically we could have a samurai sword dancing Lena sometime soon. Well, I say soon. It's probably still quite a lot of ability points away. Regarding the drop percentage, it is checked once you kill all enemies. There are two variables, each of 30 out of 256 values that will have a drop. That would be around 13.73% chance of dropping, or 900 out of 65,536. Though that ignores how many enemies there are. There are two variables, each of 30 out of 56 values that will have a drop. That would be around 13.73% chance. So, is that the same number? 900 divided by 65,336. That's all. Yeah, that's the same number, right? Yes. So it's not a 1 in 16, it's more like a... Wait, that's way better than 1 in 16. Really? One divided by 0.1373. It's like better than a 1 in 8 chance to drop. In other words, having a battle with one enemy versus 3 enemies have different odds of drops. So they are not considered individually whether they drop something or not, I guess. Or is it basically based on, like, if you have multiples of the same enemy with the same drop or something? 1 in 7.2, yeah, that's way better than 1 in 16. Just kind of, for me, that I understand it. So this means this singular enemy has a 13.73% chance to drop me the reflect ring. And that changes depending on how many enemies there are in an encounter. The thing is, the distribution of the numbers that will give you the drop, they are not distributed equally. So I guess there's a bias towards certain numbers. I know the RNG in this game is notoriously prone to looping in certain instances. There is a bias of sorts. In a perfectly random system, it would be basically a 13-ish% chance to get the item drop here, if I understand it correctly, right? But it is not a perfectly random system. Sometimes Gallows just decides to end the encounter a little bit later. That is very strange. One day we'll get the thing. These are the hex values that will allow a drop. 0, 0, 24, 25, 38, 39, 40, 41, 56, 57, 60, 61, 77, 78, 7D, 7E, 80, 81, 82, 8F, 90, A8, A0, A1, B2, B3, B4, C0, C1, E0, E1, FF. Wait, is this just kind of a lookup table to see whether we landed on the correct number? That's so weird. Empress for the dollar, thank you. Thank you kindly for the subscription. Welcome. I saw you yesterday had a bit of a Final Fantasy V thing going on for yourself. I hope that went well. I was mostly just lurking though. Did I just announce the lottery numbers? Kind of. I mean, if we land on one of those winning numbers, we do get a drop, so that is in fact reasonably accurate, isn't it? So that means I can run away before... Well, I couldn't run away there, because I need to get a turn first. So... I will guess I need... Which game was it that I didn't need to get... I think the other versions, generally speaking, you can run away before you get a turn. This one here, you need a turn first, apparently. You beat Omega Shinri on yet another run. Okay, this is cheating. Is it really cheating if it's basically you just using your knowledge of things? Be that your knowledge of how strong things can be and looking up on how to work with it. I think that's pretty valid. Nice. Congratulations anyways. You don't remember looking at the assembly, but those numbers through a script and someone else confirmed that was correct. You have a spreadsheet with that info? I see, that's fair. It just kind of seems strange. Kinda makes me wonder, considering that the one challenge that I would be curious to try and figure out RNG manipulation for the Solo Berserker beating Neo X-Death. So there's an inherent bias to the numbers, I think, if I understand it correctly. Yeah, mouthy, but it is. Oh, you have eyes as well? Nice. This is great. And these here also technically are eyes. It's basically the idea of build your own face, but basically almost nobody really used it. So the eyes for build your own face at this point are kind of largely phased out. I think we have just the angry-ish eyes or the sad eyes that you can actually use at this point. Seeker of Mana, Demon Ball, but in the colors of your avatar. Nice. Yeah, I definitely recognize those. Might have played Seeker of Mana a little bit here and there. Such a good game. Very janky, but very fascinating to just play around with. I agree. I appreciate the weirdness of Secret of Mana quite a lot. We gained some levels. I didn't actually mean to grind levels here, but I guess that's what we do now. We're level 30. Have I ever played the remake? You're considering playing it sometime. I have played it. And it's one of those cases where it's a mixed bag. Like, it's a fine way to play. But if you see a remake, you would like it to be, you know, kind of evoking the same feeling you get when you first played the original and such like that. That didn't quite work for me. Like, it's Secret now, it's recognizably so. And I think they fixed most of the bugs for what it's worth. It's fine. I personally wouldn't get it unless it's on sale, if that makes sense. Solar Circus is a can of worms. The RNG table is fixed at the start and you can't have all possible lines, hence why you usually get the same results over and over, even when you change the RNG. Yeah. You just need to... The RNG table is fixed at the start, like the sequence of numbers, I assume. What I will say is, I have played the Secret of Mana mobile port, and I was kind of pleasantly surprised overall on how pretty decent it was. That was before mobile gaming was like much of a market, even. It was just kind of various companies porting various games to that system. It kind of feels like it is like partially finished to a certain extent, because some of the sprites on the Secret of Mana mobile version, they like made new ones. Others were just like one-to-one the original, so to speak. But the new ones were all really nice and fun, and for what it's worth, because it's touchscreen, I don't like touchscreen, but it was very reasonably playable for what it's worth. I wouldn't want to play through the mobile port again just purely because of how you play it, but that one was actually surprisingly fun to just see a bunch of the sprites they remade. The remake, for that matter, it's, you know, it has its moments too. I do actually really like the little story skits they have in between sections, although it doesn't really necessarily adjust to where you are in the game. They just kind of like are sequenced whenever you go to sleep. So in order to see them at more or less the right time, you kind of have to take maybe a few more naps than you usually would or something. Same numbers used for drops, right? So actually, the Solar Berserker not getting a Reflect Ring could be easily because of how the randomness works in this game. Just not dropping. Does this also mean that right now I could be theoretically running into the same string of random numbers over and over again as well? I assume. Although I think it kind of changes depending on your button inputs as well, at least to some extent. Or selection, or whatever you do. But because I'm just holding down the A button to try and win these encounters, it's entirely possible that I just kind of keep getting the same sequence of events. Let me actually just put Lena into the lead, maybe... You know, that's kind of where it's really funny to me that this is a thing that could realistically be the case for this game here, where changing the party order gives you a different starting RNG, which means you might be more likely to get the drop you're looking for. That's kind of the... I'm usually very much against the type of superstition type deal where you just say, oh, just do a spin before you open up the chest and you get something new or something like that. Like, I recognize most people just do that for fun, but there's always the oddball of people that just kind of think that's real. So I just tend to prefer to not accidentally mislead somebody. A to B can change the speed of anyone by +1, 0 or -1, thus changing the outcome a bit in Solar Circle, right? That's definitely a thing. So actually, just kind of to confirm for myself, it can be +0, right? Because I did distinctly remember looking at RAM values. Oh, there we go, 1 wall ring. That took a while, but we got one. I would like to have a second one, please. I did distinctly remember looking at RAM values, and I've only ever seen like either +1 or -1, but never +0 at the time. Could just be coincidence, or I didn't look at the numbers accurately enough. But that was just kind of the idea I had in my mind for a long time. That it was never actually exactly 0. You think a +0 can also happen. It is the most often. Wait, it's not even weighted the same? It's not even 1 in 3 for each? Wow. Okay. Thank you for the confirmation. I probably just looked at the numbers weird, or maybe even the wrong numbers for all I know in that case. Also, notably, I changed Lena to the front, and after the second encounter we got a reflect ring. Sadly, you don't have the information on that, but when you remember doing in a tool-assisted speedrun, is what you notice the most. I see, that's fair. Lena is lucky. Yep, clearly. So if you want to get a rare drop, you just need to put Lena in the front. Alright, Lena, you're gonna be lucky again? That would be nice. Nope, not this time. Bonk. Are we grinding for a world ring? Yes, trying to get the second one. Took a while to get the first one. Kind of hoping the second one is not gonna take quite as long, but we'll see. Yeah, because I have a very special plan for XDev at the end of World 2 that I would like to employ. Straight out of my solo Bard playbook. Just because I think it would be funny. You almost always grind for a world ring here, even if you don't need it. Yeah, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, realistically. Because it's such a great tool for a few specific encounters that can be really problematic otherwise. Zoom. Hello, welcome to sequel on backslash. Thank you for the good luck. One day we'll get it. I mean, technically I only really need one. But practically it would be more fun to have two. Then again, I say I only need one. But maybe I do need more. Because how am I gonna beat phase 2? Well, I guess I could throw money at next step and just hope that it works in the back row. But he does have a lot of defense. So I guess I could calculate how much guild toss does at level 30 or something. Zoom. Galuf healing himself back to full and then using a sword dance, just because he can. Maybe? Nope, still nothing. Oops. Huh. I'll end up just getting the 1 in 8 chance for Wind Slash instead. Because otherwise the Knight would have attacked us instead. Because he would no longer have been confused. Hi spirits! Hello! Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Welcome to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta with 2 characters, just for fun. We're only allowed to use 4 of the jobs in order to play through the entirety of the game, and one of the jobs is freelancers, notoriously the thing that technically is, well, not a job. But you do inherit all the stats and passives you gain from jobs you master through the freelancer, so it is quite interesting. Is this the best area to encounter wall knights? You always forget when looking for these rings. Yes, well, I think it is pretty much the best area. This one has like a 90 in 256 chance for a singular wall knight. If you have the means to take out multiple wall knights at the same time, like let's say you have ninja with throw, then outside might actually be better, because there's like encounters with 2 wall knights and 2 magnetis enemies. And the magnetis are weak to lightning, so 2 lightning scroll will often just win you those encounters and get you the wall ring a bit faster. Summoner also might work, because you ignore reflex. Does having that character increase AP for the living ones, as well as experience? Only experience. Basically, the experience is normally distributed amongst all living characters. So, since they are currently taking a nap for good, they don't get experience. But ability points are just the same as usual. So I basically have higher level characters as a result of only using 2 of them. But the ability points, in a sense, you're kind of technically gaining less, if you will, because 2 of the characters never gain any. But yeah, welcome to a grind. So, apparently it's not technically a 1 in 16 chance for an item to drop. But I feel like 1 in 16 is reasonably close to the drop rate anyways. It's apparently more complicated than just a simple number. But just kind of in general from experience. Actually, how many numbers did Samurai Goro list earlier? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Ah, that's why it's 30 out of 256 values. What is complicated about 0%? The probability is not 0% as long as you defeat the correct enemies. The probability doesn't change just because I'm getting or not getting the item. The funny thing is, it's entirely possible that whenever I get a sword dance in order to end the encounter, because Final Fantasy V randomness is, you know, game randomness in general is not necessarily entirely random, but Final Fantasy V randomness is especially notoriously, like, landing in the same patterns over and over again. So I need to have, like, certain probability. Oh, there's a wall ring. Never mind, that just disproves that idea. But it's technically possible that on the string of numbers that can land me on getting a sword dance with the dance move with Galef, the following number would need to be one of those that can drop me the item. But it is technically possible because of the sequencing of numbers. It is less likely to get certain item drops after certain moves occur randomly. And because if I do get the sword dance, it is a one-shot on the enemy, pretty much always. That could theoretically mean that because I'm using dance and sword dance for tackling the wall knights, I might actually reduce my probability of getting the item. Like, that is normally such an absurd concept because it almost sounds in the vein of, well, you just need to switch your party members around in order to have different chances for different items type of deal. Which, in most games that use, like, proper randomization, is absolute nonsense. However, in Final Fantasy V, it actually could be reasonably considered to be in such a vein, which is the weirdest part. Anyways, we're going to go over here because there is a gold hairpin in this chest that sells for, I think, 15,000 coins. It's a headgear that reduces MP cost by half, but none of our characters have any spells that cost MP or abilities for that matter. And we're gonna turn Galef into a bard again. We're gonna equip... Hide. Lord doesn't do anything. We can actually give him the elf cape, that's fine. The wall ring here, that's fine. Guardian dagger, put in the back row. Do you have Sing? You do. Could also give Lena the reflect ring if we wanted to. Well, it's a wall ring. I call it a reflect ring, same difference. Anyways, most of the time there's gonna be a red dragon. It is. This thing has 7,500 HP. It is actually considered undead, so Requiem is going to absolutely destroy this poor fellow. And that's kind of what I'll be doing. He is also weak to ice. He frequently uses Atomic Ray, which is fire damage, and he does absorb fire damage as healing. So if he uses Atomic Ray, we reflect it. We don't take the damage, but in return he gets healed for a decent amount. But thanks to Requiem absolutely destroying this poor guy, it's not really that big of a deal if he gets healed. I just prefer not taking the damage. He's also flagged as heavy, so even though he's undead, you cannot use a Phoenix Down on this guy in order to insta-kill him. Also, he does not look undead to me, but maybe the ribcage, I guess, could be considered, like, strange. I don't know. Anyways, we gained level 31 apparently. And a gold hairpin. You did 3 for Job Fiesta, you got Chemist 2 out of 3. You broke the game in both of these plays. I mean, that's just what chemists can do. I usually prefer not getting chemist, because it's just so, like, overshadowing everything else. But occasionally, you know, it's kind of fun to play with all of these potential options and ideas that the chemist has. I never remember which place it is where the boss encounter begins. So I'm gonna switch jobs here. So we're gonna turn Galef into a freelancer, because freelancer is one of the jobs that I get. And we are going to equip harps. That way Galef actually gets the speed and the magic power of a bard, which is much better than the usual job he has anyways. Even though he can already equip harps is still technically useful. Gonna give him the stealth armor from slightly more speed, and we give him the slumber sword. Wall ring, elf cape, doesn't really matter which one we pick here. You know, I just realized... Helena, do you have equip... The tonic? Do not, that's a shame. Alrighty, so... Okay, you're gonna be a dancer for now, Lena. You know, I just realized I never picked up the speed song. I probably should do that before it's too late. Right, they're giving you the strength armor, green beret. Oh, right, we could have gotten a helmet for you. Anyways. Heal up Galef. Welcome to Atmos. This boss here has almost 20,000 HP. And basically, he always starts with haste. He cannot be slowed, so he gets about 2 or 3 turns for each 1 turn I get currently. On top of that, whenever he gets a turn and no character is dead on the floor in combat, he will just use combat once or twice per turn. Well, 2 out of 3 times he uses commands each of the 2 turns he gets, let's put it this way. Occasionally some other stuff too, but he can also be put to sleep, which is why we have the slumber sword. And the reason why I turned Lena into a dancer is actually quite simple. Because the slumber sword inflicts the sleep status, if it does in fact inflict the sleep status, we actually don't want to attack Atmos with physical attacks anymore, otherwise he's gonna wake up. Galef? It's gonna be really awkward if you don't put him to sleep here. Uh-oh. Because if the characters get too close, he's gonna absorb them, and now he's gonna cast Comet as many times as I just mentioned. Let's see if I can... Okay, Lena cannot knock herself out in time. I was hoping for a sword dance there. Okay, that's good. Please hit Lena again. For Galef, just get it, please. Ah, he tried. Do you have another weapon that does not use the dance move? I don't think this works, so... Okay, we're fine for now, because once again, there is somebody dead on the floor, which is technically good. Blue is so broken, but only if he has Beastmaster. No, Blue is absolutely busted even without Beastmaster. Just need to know how and where to get certain spells. So sometimes, instead of pulling the character closer, he does other stuff. Slow is the absolutely most ridiculously debilitating status effect that is in the game. And if he absorbs Lena, then we just lose here. There we go. Nice, good job, Galef. Well done. Anyways, for whatever reason, dance, even sword dance for that matter, does not actually wake up a sleeping character. By the way, I think this is literally the first Phoenix Town you're using in this playthrough so far. And only because Galef got a bit unlucky. So, in this case, we're just gonna have Galef take a nap. I said we're gonna just have Galef take a nap. Not actually get knocked out because, well, actually it doesn't matter. Because Galef is currently a freelancer, so we don't get any ability points on him, so I either want him to be asleep or get knocked out. One or the other. In the meantime, Lena's gonna slowly whittle away the 20,000 HP this thing has. There we go. The reason why I do this to Galuf is just so I can hold down the A button now and don't have to worry about things anymore. I can reach that. You can put Galuf on top for the graphical glitch. Oh, afterwards in the cuts, I forgot about that. That's true, that would be a thing, where you have two Galufs. Too late it is, just a little. You know, maybe Galuf at the top would have given me better RNG numbers too. Again, the funny thing to me is that this is technically a possibility in this game. Like, instead of just being the silly superstition people indulge in occasionally. I mean, functionally, for me, it is still entirely random, because of the nature of I don't actually know what the values are gonna be or where they are at. It's just kind of a funny thing to think about to me. Beastmaster is a kind of a great job, but a bit slept on. Yeah, basically in order of power through knowledge, I would say Chemist is at the top, but does need a fair bit of preparation occasionally, because turtle shells and dragon fangs. But it absolutely is crazy if you prepare properly and know how to use it. Then Blue is not much further behind. Even without Beastmaster, you can literally learn every single Blue magic spell if you know where to get it. And it just provides you with so many varieties and options on how to tackle enemies and bosses. It's absolutely crazy on how much you can take advantage of that. So basically, again, it's basically power through knowledge and a bit of grinding or figuring out on where to get stuff. There we go. Got a lot of sword dances there, Lena. Good job. And then Beastmaster. Beastmaster, I would say, is equally as strong as Blue Mage, but you need to prepare for every single fight and boss battle with Beastmaster each time. And capture and release, you don't learn as quick as you learn Blue Magic, so it's basically just Blue Magic if it wasn't busted, if that makes sense. It's really good. Just the preparation phase tends to make it a bit less universally usable. Learning is important for the player and Blue Mage both. Yeah, I like to think of it that way, that's true. This explosion is so much louder than everything else. That's crazy. And it's not necessarily a volume thing as much as it is just like the type of sound that is used that just feels much louder. which, well, is probably the effect they were trying to achieve to begin with. So here, I believe, if we had Galaf at the front in the encounter, our cactus would actually end up joining up to be Galaf instead of Lena in this case, which is kind of strange. I think it doesn't always happen either, so I'm not entirely sure what the conditions are, or I might just be misremembering of it not always happening. Welcome to the underground. Let's see, do I have any interest in getting a Staff of Light? We can actually use them for what it's worth. But defeating Metamorpha enemies is always a bit of a... It takes a while, kind of deal. So I'm just gonna skip out on it. And it's fine. Equip harps on Lena, because we don't currently need to sing, which reminds me I still haven't grabbed the agility song. Which actually, agility song would probably be the way to go for the crystals, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely need to grab it before we go there. Galaf turns back into a bard. Only 49 more ability points until he learns. Or masters it. Why do you get that gold? Is the gold hairpin your best head? Oh, you don't have another headgear because Lena chose the plumed hat. Maybe I should buy a helmet for you guys sometime. Because the gold hairpin never gets auto-selected otherwise. Because it has, I think, pretty much 0 stats. Actually, does it have 0 stats? No, it has a tiny bit of magic defense. That's it. Anyways, the main reason why I was wondering out loud is because I could go over to Moor and buy wind daggers, which would be super effective against the Metamorpha enemies if I wanted to fight them. But they have like, what, 7,000 HP? Something like that. And while they do nothing on their first turn, the second turn they transform, and then I don't want to kill them in their transformed form, otherwise... Well... It's not gonna be possible for them to drop the Staff of Light if I do it that way. Also, that reminds me, how much money did we get in the grind? 54,000? Didn't we start with something... Well, I guess there's more money in the chests too, so it's more like... Well, I still get like 20 to 30,000 coins. Hmm. 54,000 will kill a boss, but can't grind that goal. That's like actually an interesting point. I didn't even consider that, but I could just use guild tools for the crystals and have it easy that way. What I was gonna do was either mini a character for the Death Sickle procs to slowly whittle them away, or a killer bow for that matter, depending on what is like more likely for us to knock them out. Or alternatively... Only drop Staff of Light when in human form feels a bit silly, but that's old coding for you. Yeah, it's basically just the way it's coded is when the Metamorpha transforms, it functionally gets replaced with a different monster entirely. So that different monster just happens to have a different drop table. And steal table for that matter. And MP, I'm pretty sure. It probably has different MP as well. The only thing that specifically transforms or transfers between the two types of monsters is their HP. You're kind of curious how Omega will go for your current Job Fiesta. You have Black Mage, Bard... Oh. Yeah, I mean, that just kind of solves it, doesn't it? I'm gonna try and defeat Omega with this team, but I will probably want to have about 2000 HP on both characters before trying. I mean, it's kind of fun to have an easy time with Omega if you plan on defeating him every run. I actually haven't defeated Omega this year at all, so it's probably about time we do this here. And with Bard, with 2 characters, it's actually not a guarantee that we win, but I'm pretty sure with a little bit of luck and finagling, we're gonna be able to do that. And I'm also happy to actually grind up a bit more levels than I usually do. I don't know why, but grinding in this game has always felt like kind of comfy, because each individual level, just especially in the later stages, doesn't take that long to get if you have like efficient methods, and most of the time, at the minimum, you have the magic lamp and the trench to grind with. So, generally speaking, you have at least some way of grinding reasonably efficiently. And each individual level, the higher level you get, the more maximum HP you gain per individual level too, and MP for that matter. So it just kind of feels like each level is even more impactful than the last on top of it. Your Meteor run so far is Black Mage, White Mage, Red Mage. Oops, all mages. Nice. Hope you get Blue Mage next. You had an Onion run, so Black Mage was first. I should play through Final Fantasy 3 sometime. I've seen PJ D. Caesar, recently do some solo character single job challenges in Final Fantasy 3. I should play through that game sometime. Which version of Final Fantasy 3 would people suggest? Because I'm kind of leaning towards playing like the NES version with a fan translation, if I were to play it. Every time I see BRD, my brain automatically goes to Bread instead of Bard, for some reason. Because, you know, it's brr, and then something D. So Bread. You go Bird, that's fair as well. Black Mage, Monk, Bard, Ninja, so you're comfy run for the most part. Yeah, that's a very comfy run. To be fair, anything with a ninja in it, or a Black Mage, is very comfy. Combined, they are just ruthless. And then you have Bard to just almost trivialize the entire late game. Almost. Admittedly, Final Fantasy V is still kind of a tricky game depending on how you play it, even if you have really good chops. You're calling them Brad all season. Nice. Anyways, we go into the cave where we sunk the dude's island earlier. Wait, we are reasonably close to Zizat here, right? Where's Zizat's domain? Just south. I need to go and pick up the speed song. I guess I don't technically have to, because we have Samurai to just solve the encounter, but I will want to have the speed song at some point. I suppose you can always get the speed song later too if you miss it in World 2 or something. Brad loves taking his harp to parties to play Wonderwall. You hate Brad. Why? I have to admit, I know that... Anyways, here's Wonderwall is kind of like a meme. I have absolutely no memory of how that song even sounds, to be completely honest. You'll actually be using the Wonder Rod this run, you're kind of excited? Nice. It's such a fun tool to use for a variety of little applications. Are there overworld encounters in Worlds 2? I think there are, right? Like, generally speaking, there's not really much of a reason to surface and swim around on the overworld. Are there encounters? Are there none? I think there might be none here. I didn't actually know that. Because there's no reason to ever surface and go across the surface for the most part. I'm actually not even in the right spot here. This game has ways to break it, but it's definitely a tricky game to figure out, yeah. I mean, especially if you're not used to job-based systems, it can be quite overwhelming with the options. Which is also why, in my personal opinion, the best thing I was able to do was play through the game in a full Job Fiesta challenge setting, because it both felt like I'm doing a challenge run, so of course it's kind of tricky, which softened the blow of a variety of bosses and enemies that were, you know, genuinely difficult. Like X-Death at the end of World 2 and also the final boss, they are both quite a challenge, to say the least. There are no sea encounters in World 2, though there are monsters assigned. Weird. I probably knew that at some point, because I was looking for capturing the release things for routing for the opening race of the Job Fiesta season. Yeah, no flex, indeed. I keep forgetting that. My brain's like, oh, just do the next thing immediately. Right, we could buy a Magus helmet for, you know what, might as well. For Galuf. And Diamond helmet. This is like the first helmet that I tend to buy for my characters, just because Diamond helmet is really, really nice, since it halves all lightning damage received. Unfortunately, well, we can also buy a Lumina robe. Gives some extra magic power and some okay defensive stats. It's a bit of an upgrade. Actually, a pretty substantial upgrade, I suppose. Similar with this one. I mean, we do occasionally use the magic stat, I guess. Get a diamond helmet. Yeah, that's pretty good. Do I buy wind daggers? Probably. I mean, I guess they're technically the best weapons currently. Might as well have to. We can even use the Elven Bow, but I think the only special thing about it is that it can critically hit, if I'm not mistaken. Which, you know, is unique. But it probably does not have 100% accuracy either. Why am I in the magic shop? I don't have any magic. Rondo alla turca? Had a piano song? That's why I know it. I probably didn't pronounce that correctly. Welcome to the forest. So at level 32, we spent, what was it, 50 gold per level? Or 31 actually. So we spent 1,550 gold per enemy. So it's times 4, which is like what, 2,000, 6,000. Is there any encounter where you gain more money than you invest for guild toss? Well, I guess if you're low level, absolutely, yes, but later? Well, again, I'm pretty sure it just depends on your level. Correctly enough for you. Okay, that's fair. Anyways, 1550 times 4 is 6,200. So if I want to use skill toss twice, wait, forgot a money chest. If I want to use skill toss twice, it is 12,400. I don't even know how much damage the first one is gonna do. It's probably gonna be a lot. Oh, I could have gone up on the right side apparently. That would have been fine. There we go. That's a phoenix down? Wait, where's the money? Did I pick up the money chest already, just without thinking about it? It's probably further to the left if I... It's fine. I don't need it. There's one on the far right here. So can I just point out that the mini-mages don't have a face? Like, it's literally just transparent where you would expect a face to be. At least I think it's transparent. It looks transparent to me. Just like a glowy bit, which you expect to be the eye, I guess. Just on the left, I think, is a cottage. Bottom right is some chemist drink. We don't have a chemist. This chest here is an elixir, so we'll pick it up. And there's a morning star up there. Mostly picking that up in case I wanna sell stuff. For monies. Alrighty, and there's a chest in here that we can pick up that right now has an Aegis shield. If we wait until after the fire is gone, it's gonna be a flame shield. Flame shield absorbs fire damage as healing. Aegis shield has a 1 in 3 chance to block any incoming magic damage. And physical damage for that matter. The flame shield has a 40% chance to physically block attacks. But the Aegis shield is just the better all-around shield. I guess it also gives 1 magic power for what it's worth. Is the Aegis shield the better pull? It kind of depends on what you need. If you need money, and you can't equip shields with your party, the flame shield is better because it sells for more. The Aegis shield is just like a good all-around choice. It's like never the wrong shield, if you will. The flame shield can be better in certain select circumstances. For example, if your party, your Job Fiesta team, does not have a good solution to deal with the crystals, you can use the flame shield as a healing method from the fire crystal, and then just whack all of the other crystals while the fire crystal is healing you with the flame shield equipped. I believe in my very first playthrough, my Mystic Knight had the flame shield equipped because I didn't know about the chest beforehand, so I just got the flame shield because I saw it afterwards. And my Mystic Knight ended up basically just completing the encounter by itself. Thanks to just the flame thing is healing you. The flame crystal is the slowest one for what it's worth. So it is possible for the other crystals to get 2 turns before the fire crystal can heal you, but you kind of need to just anticipate when that happens. The fastest crystal is the one on the left, the wind crystal, so it will occasionally happen for those two. In this case though, you get to equip Glitch the Aegis Shield to cover all 2 of your characters against Ted, which is nice. Oh, yeah, I guess we could do that. You just keep Galuf as Bard. Do you get ability points for the Seal Guardians? I actually don't remember. I think you do. It's like 20. Right, let me just real quick check. Make sure Lena does not have the bone mail equipped. Yeah, okay, we're fine. And we're fine. You also get a Guardian Dagger. We actually picked up a second Guardian Dagger. These are called Mangoes in the regular game. Effectively giving you a 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks, and these crystals here, all they ever do is attack physically. Until they drop below 3000 HP remaining, then they will just nuke your entire party with pretty strong spells. The left one is Aero 3, also known as Aeroga, I guess. The top one is Fire 3, also known as Fire Raga. The bottom one is Quick, and the on the right is Aquaric, which in this game is, for some reason, just elementless. Don't know why. I'm actually meant to put both of my characters in the back row. Whoops. But yeah, these Seal Guardians can be quite a challenge for a variety of Job Fiesta parties, because sometimes your best way to deal with them is to just attempt to burst them down from like above 3000 HP remaining, so you need to count damage, or how much damage you do. By the way, they start with 7777 HP. So you need to count how much damage you do, and then maybe you hope for like a sword dance to open up your opportunity to knock it out before it can just destroy your entire party. These can be genuinely quite challenging. Anyways, let's see how much damage a Guild Toast does. I hope it's not slightly more than 4700. Oh, that is literally the perfect number. They are just above 3000 HP remaining right now. So, if Lena does this exactly one more time, we just win here. Easy mode with Samurai, huh? Bribe the crystals to go away. No bone melon glove? Yep, he needed to get the bard experience. It was important, maybe. Bone mail is notably medium armor, so characters that can only equip light armor is, well, they can't equip. Except for Dancer for some reason. Dancer can... Actually, Dancer can equip medium armor. Never mind. Anyways, technically speaking, there is no such concept as medium, light, and heavy armor in this game, but practically it kind of ends up working out that way. In terms of which character can equip what. Also, the reason why people mention Bone Men on Galuf is because in this little cutscene, you can actually shorten the cutscene battle right here dramatically by giving Galuf a bone mail, which means if you use a Phoenix Head on him, it knocks him out. In this battle, normally, Galuf cannot die. Not normally, anyways. There's like 3 ways you can knock him out anyways, and those 3 ways are Bone Mail with Phoenix down, or, well, any life spell, really. Or using the blue magic for Exploder, or whatever the thing is called that normally kills your character and kills your ally back to full. I forget what that one's called. Fusion? Yeah, I think Fusion. Oh, Transfusion, there we go, that's the one. Fusion is the one from the gargoyles, I think. Anyways, now that we don't have that, we need to deal 7,000 damage with Galuf, or like 7,500. It's not gonna be fast, but you literally cannot lose this battle. Like, ending the battle early just means that you get to continue with the cutscene. So, just gonna have Galuf dance a little bit. Just a little. Can I just say that I really like Galuf's Bard sprite? It's kind of a shame to see it go. You can also use a mix to explode? Wait, there's a mix that explodes here? Really? I didn't even realize that. Quite a dapper bard, indeed. Turtle Shell plus Dark Matter. Explosive. Damage 16 out of 16. Wow. I had no idea that even is a thing. I mean, I guess normally you don't have a reason because it exclusively just kills your character. It doesn't even deal damage to the enemies. Huh. Fascinating, thank you. There are 4 ways to end the cutscene early then. Has anybody ever checked whether that one works on the Pixel Remaster? Because I think they didn't re-implement the bug for the other things, for what it's worth. Wait, it does still deal damage? Really? So it is literally just explode, I guess. Because I think once we get to this part, this is where we dealt enough damage. But also, if I'm not mistaken, we still need to attack X-Def in order to advance the dialogue, maybe? Actually, I'm not sure about that. Sword dance as a send-off. Hooray! Boom! Galuf wins. Fatality. But unfortunately the fatality was on the wrong character. Have we ever had Chemist in the opening race? For the 4-job Fiesta? There's probably a bunch of jobs we never had. Because only the ones that happened in the previous year get deprioritized for the Fiesta race. Or the opening race. So if there ever was Chemist, there's a reasonable chance I wasn't playing, but at the same time, we've done a bunch of these so far, so I might just not remember. Also, we need to switch over the sprite from Galuf. Actually, can I just... There we go. That way I don't have to prepare an entire new image, I guess. The only... We're just going to spam you broken jobs to make it so easy. 4 jobs you remember was 2024. Ah, the year I didn't get to play, I think. Because... yeah. Was it 2024? Actually, might have been the previous year. I don't remember. Everything blurs together at this point. Yeah, I think that one was where it was just Dragon Dark. I had some health issues. I think Magus... I actually don't remember why Magus wasn't able to play. So it ended up just being Dragon Dark, who, by the way, from what I've seen, did a great job overall. Was really neat. Wasn't his eye thing last summer? Maybe. Very possible. Alright, Kryle, welcome to the party. Kryle functionally just replaces Galuf entirely. The main difference between Galuf and Kryle, also she just inherits all of the things Galuf has learned for what it's worth. This is what the cutscene was about. Kryle here actually has the highest speed stat of any character, base speed stat. She has +4 agility, faster than Ferris who has +3. The second highest magic power stat with +3. The lowest vitality stat with +0, and I think the second lowest strength stat with +1. Only Lana has less than her. And yeah, she is fast. Honestly, speed is, in my personal opinion, kind of arguably the most useful stat anyway, so it's pretty good. 2023 was so, yeah. It's been already that long, huh? Wow. Alrighty, Trial, we need you to learn how to bard. Just a little bit longer. You can equip Hide, that's fine. Health Cape for dodging things, and Guardian Knife for blocking things too. And we put both of you into the back row, because I think we're gonna be slow anyways. And Lena... it's gonna still take a while. I don't really want to fight anything in Exta's castle for the most part, so we're gonna give Lena the hide command as well. That way she can just run away from encounters. Actually, the wall ring is fine. The wall ring is in fact a good idea right here, because enemies like to cast spells on us that can confuse us. So she's just gonna bounce those back. ...2024 was just stupidly broken. Very possible. Honestly, the years that tend to be my favorite opening race is when we get Beastmaster, because there is so much you can possibly do with Beastmaster. I distinctly remember when we had Beastmaster last time, I was on the way to the barrier tower. I caught a Stingray. You know, the thing that gives you Mighty Guard. And I used it against Necrophobes barriers much later in the run. Because it dealt like, what, 5,000-6,000 damage to all targets, and we didn't really have a good way to deal with these barriers. Until I came up with that idea. And I was actually mildly proud of that one. Because it ended up working out quite well. Basically the barriers and Necrophobe just gave me absolutely no trouble anymore. There's a chest on the bottom left here, but I think it's like, what, a high potion or an ether? Something like that. Nothing terribly interesting. Also, enemies here are... well, they have two main traits that is notable at this stage. One, they are reasonably fast, so they will often get to attack before we can move, or more specifically Lena can move for the most part, because she just doesn't have the agility to keep up as a samurai. And the other part is that the encounters are quite tricky to run away from, which is why I'm using the hide command, because if you hide your entire party, you automatically flee from combat, if you can flee. And that works out pretty well. Beastmaster is good, but the rest of those jobs means Beastmaster just sitting there. I mean, you can still use the Beastmaster in a select few circumstances, but yeah. Beastmaster can easily be overshadowed by the more bonkers jobs. Bling, bling, bling. For a second I thought I didn't actually start our local recording today, but I did, so I will be able to upload this to YouTube more easily. You just finished a meteor run with Freelancer Mime. Fun times. Ooh, that's fascinating. I feel like you usually would like to have either a Freelancer or a Mime, but if the other two jobs are interesting enough, it can work out really well. Mime is basically, for anybody who does not know, Mime is basically a freelancer, except that you're restricted in which equipment pieces you can equip, with the upside that you can replace your item command with something else, which is quite unique. You can also select 3 item commands if you want to, I think, which is also, you know, pointless but fun. Can put the item command to the left or the right of the D-pad. just kind of to mess with your brain. Also, you have to select the fight command in order to actually equip it. So you can actually... The mime job is the only job where up, if you use the shortcut menu, is not the button you use in order to attack. You need to have it on left, right, or down. Also, the ability to just copy the last action I think your party did is very fun. Because you can repeat, like, using an elixir on a character if you, let's say, use an elixir to heal up somebody and then they took a lot of damage again, just mimic the same action again to heal them up for free. But yeah, enemies in here are both reasonably dangerous, but also reasonably tricky to defeat. And we don't have necessarily the best tools. Like, if we had the Samurai mastered, we would have an attack that I always forget the name of that has a chance to instantly kill any enemy on the screen. If they are susceptible to instant death, that is. Also, hey, this is the reason why I equipped the Reflect Ring. Drain unfortunately does not get reflected, but we have a Bone Mail equipped too, so Drain effects actually gets reversed. Alrighty, there's a Gale Bow, or also known as the Hayate Bow, in the bottom right of this room, but I'm just gonna ignore that one because I would have to walk through lava, which does a lot of damage to my characters. Also, Soft is normally the item that removes the petrification status effect from your characters. But if you throw a Soft onto these Golem type enemies, they get instantly knocked out. So I guess there's some encounters that we can easily take care of. Exdev's Castle is, in my opinion, also the beginning of where you actually get pretty decent amount of ability points every time you fight anything. Whereas previously, the amount of ability points you gain is not that crazy. It's like 1, 2, maybe 3. But pretty much every encounter starts being worth quite a bit here. Samurai, yep. I mean, it's no longer Galuf in the party. I should put a Cryo Sprite there, but... you know. Also, Reflect Rate mages notably cast spells on themselves, bouncing them over to your party. And also notably, because we have the Bone Mail equipped, we're actually weak to fire. So... hey look, the reason why I have the Reflect Ring equipped, Charm right there. Good block, Lena. If we gave her the Flame Shield, she actually would get healed from fire, which would be nice. Not double healed, but just healed. Funnily enough, a trait of the Bone Mail I didn't know about until quite a long time after is that it actually reduces ice damage by half as well for some reason. Oh, and here's the reason why we have Hide. These dragons are very dangerous. So being able to reliably run away from them is very, very nice. Also, this is the Kotetsu sword. It's their third samurai weapon, I think. It has 58 attack power, which is solid. Nothing crazy compared to what your magic casters at this point can do, but it's pretty good. The Icebrand is a knight exclusive sword, but, well, we don't have a knight. This is also the part where I'm gonna equip the Ice Shield, because that absorbs ice as healing. And while we do take half damage from ice, there are occasional encounters with 3 blue dragons. The game doesn't even tell you that there's 3 blue dragons. Well, I guess it depends on the version. Some versions do tell you it's 3. But in the Super Nintendo version, it's just 1 blue dragon sprite, but it's technically 3 enemies. So you just get pelted with 3 snowstorms, and if you're unlucky, that might just be the end of your run. The Bone Mail has killed you a few times, you forget you have it and heal. Yup, that. Welcome to the club. That happened to me so many times. Equally as likely was it for me, in my first playthrough, for me to swing my healing staff against enemies too. Like my Red Mage, I usually had the healing staff equipped. And I attacked them so many times. If you confuse these yellow dragons, do they use Hurricane occasionally? Because I know you can control them and they have the Hurricane command, and they're not flagged as heavy, so they are relatively easy to knock out. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure you can confuse them. I will wager that I think they don't use Hurricane on themselves when confusion. This is your first year doing the Fiesta, so you're having fun already. Completed 4 runs on the Pix remaster, nice. You're going to do the next run on this version. Nice, I wish you good luck. Oh. I literally was just pressing the button to... Oh, hey! Remember the part. This is, by the way, ice damage. It doesn't look or sound like ice damage with Blaze, but it's ice. They could have used Snowstorm, which would have healed us actually a lot more. Anyways, the reason for my ice shield. It turns out Kryl apparently is fast enough anyways to run away from the encounter. But maybe not reliably if we get into a back attack. But hey, a back attack is only 1 in 16 chance, so what are the odds? 1 in 16. Well, I say it's 1 in 16, but recently it has been steadily disproven that my numbers are wrong. So I think it's a 1 in 16 chance for a back attack. Also, I'm gonna just wake up Lena here. And heal to full, because this room here, while not the most dangerous, in fact it's a lot less dangerous than the previous rooms. It still has encounters in here, and if we get into a back attack with a low HP Kryl, then that would be pretty bad, even though the save point is right here. The one you just did with blue, white mage, mime free dancer, death by moth. Oh, everybody having blue and white magic. Blue and white magic is such a nice combo. It's really nice. Alrighty, what do I want to do against Gilgamesh? Kotetsu, let's actually try to use the Kotetsu sword. Health cape for evasion, strength so I can heal you. Kryl. Yeah, that's fine. Greg, 4. Your other 3 had alchemy, so it's kind of easy. Nice. I mean, easy is not necessarily bad. Welcome to Gilgamesh. This encounter here has... what, 15,000 HP? I actually don't remember. It's a lot of HP. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cast a Vitality, so everybody gets... Wait, no. I'm pretty sure Lena is not gonna get the regeneration effect, because she had the bone meal equipped in the last battle. She's immune to regeneration for this battle. Anyways... he has a decent amount of HP. We could just throw money at him. Wow, that's a good crit. Strange Dance puts a character to sleep. That's kind of all it does. Flash would blind the characters. And unlike other Final Fantasy games, this blind in this game actually does work, reducing your chance to hit by 75%. Frog Song turns into a frog. You cannot use most spells as a frog, and you are also having your attack set to 3, which is basically nothing, and your physical and magical defense is 0. Oh, what? Kara? Why did Kara use the item after? Frog Song again? My goodness. You don't want to hear the frog sing, huh? You can see, you cannot sing as a frog because it's considered that type of magic that can be silenced, I guess. Wow, he's just spamming these abilities. What the heck, dude? Now we have a tiny Kara. Tiny person still has the same amount of magic defense, but 0 physical defense, which to be fair is not much of a difference compared to what the bard normally has, I guess. In fact, if Lena got Minute, she would have... she would have double the evasion from the shield, aka instead of a 33% chance to block with the AK shield, it would be a 66% chance. You can never have a 100% chance, I think it caps out at 99. For some reason, the item command has a delay on the SNES/PS1 version, it's really frustrating to forget. It's rarely relevant, but yeah, it does. Also, we can finally start singing the speed song. So what this does is effectively increases our speed up to 99, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Rocket Punch would normally confuse you and, well, cost us half of our HP, but because we had the Bone Mill equipped in a previous fight, for some reason the immunities of equipment from previous fights carry over to the one next battle, so she is actually immune to confusion right now, Lena that is. Kara wouldn't be, which actually would be funny if she got... well... Anyways, if you get punched, you stop singing, because when a bard is singing, that's when they basically just increase your stats. There's a little bug as well that we figured out during the solo bard challenge, where if you get put to sleep and then punched awake again, or confused and punched awake. Ooh, that's not fine. Okay, time slip probably hit Lena. Well, actually, she is not immune to that. Anyways, if he were to confuse Kara and then wake her up again, she would actually continue singing while being able to still fully act, which is quite unique. I think that... I don't actually know if that works in the Game Advance version. It works in this version here. But as you might be able to tell, we slowly gain more speed compared to Gilgamesh. Like, he is way faster than us normally in this encounter. But thanks to Kara having sung the speed song for a while, we just kind of steadily get our speed increased. And there's less and less time between our turns. He just really doesn't want to sing. By the way, Kara can also block attacks. She currently has a 50% chance to block attacks with the Elf Cape plus Magos combo. They are technically individual probabilities, but it... oh, okay. They are technically individual probabilities, but it just happens to be 50%. Like a 1 in 3 and a 1 in 4 chance end up in 50%. Anyways, Kryla is now singing. And the funny thing is, I can actually even hide her, and she's still gonna be singing. The aging status effect unfortunately means that she's gonna continuously lose speed now, and all stats, so she's gonna be level 1 at the end of this. Sonic Wave also halves of our level, which, to be fair, reduces our, like, damage output dramatically. Like, our damage output is so much worse than it was before. Because of this. Also, we should probably unhide. Because my goodness, this guy is just being really annoying. Like, usually this Gilgamesh encounter here, I would say, is more annoying rather than dangerous. And it kind of goes to show right here. Anyways, yeah, we deal pretty much half damage, maybe even less than that right now. So this is kind of where I think... you know what? Tiny Song? That's fine. You now have an 80% chance to block physical attacks. And... oh wait. It's actually not fine, I just realized. I was about to say, we're just gonna use Guild Toss now. But if we are a tiny person, Guild Toss attack power is also set to 3, which is not good. That's the mallet. Also, the only reason why Kryl can even remotely has a decent amount of speed is because of the speed zone. Other than that, I think the aging status would just strictly counteract that part. Let me... sorry, I needed to arrange stuff on my desktop. Alright, Guild Toss, let's see how much damage it does. 2,250 damage. You know, I feel like, considering that we also pay half as much that we did before, 16 times 50 gold, whatever that makes. It's pretty good damage for that amount of money each time. And there we go, we win. Well, I say we win, but technically he gets like 3 or 4 turns in a row when he starts dialoguing. But now we guaranteed win, because we can just hide. Alrighty. Ninja with Magos times 2 and Elf Kip and Samurai Blade catch ability is really hard to hit. Does the Magos actually stack like that? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure... I think 2 different weapon types definitely stack like that. I mean, it probably does, right? I mean, I guess you would think it does. Magos does not stack with itself, it's just to check if it has such a weapon. Aha, shame. But it does stack with, like, the other ninja weapon, doesn't it? The other ninja weapon also has a chance to block. So would you say is this version harder, the Pixel Remaster, or about the same? It really depends on the job you get access to. If you have a rod breaker, and abuse that fact that you can break rods for full power on all enemies with boosted elements, it's easier. But simultaneously, the Pixel Remaster actually does not give you that grace period whenever you get a turn. You normally have like a bit of time before the enemies or the battle timer continues. But unless you use the ATB mod to re-implement the original ATB, the Pixel Remaster actually the enemies just they whack you. They just hit you. It is nice that you can, however, have easy auto battles and speed up battles for grinding if you feel like you need to. So it's... I wouldn't say one version is necessarily more difficult than the other. I think the Pixel Remaster is a reasonably faithful reimagination of the original. Like, it is reasonably faithful in a lot of... Like, it is actually reasonably accurate even in most aspects, I would say. There's just a few key differences that you can take advantage of if you know about them, or if you play a Job Fiesta, if you have the correct jobs. 104, my goodness. Okay, this line up 2 characters. Minimal challenge? Yeah, I mean, basically 2 characters just add a little bit of spice to it. It's not too crazy, honestly. Anyways, Profness, thank you so much for a crazy long time, 104 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. I still remember, Profness, when you first came into the chat for the first time, I thought, wait, I know this name. I saw you at the GDQ event. And you were having like really informative commentary on the runs that you did, which I thought was amazing. What are we doing here? Wait, is the cutscene stuck? Wait, I only just now realized. I thought the cutscene... I was just reading chat. Hi, would you like to... He's supposed to go away. I didn't realize that's a thing. That's kind of funny. Maybe I did, because we did do the solar bar challenge. I would be surprised if I didn't hide at the end, but maybe I didn't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ineffective. Hey, buddy. Hi. Can he technically deal enough damage to knock him out? You can't X-out me, I quit. Right. This fight breaks when the characters are not on screen, yep. I mean, a lot of technically, like, scenes and ideas in the game kind of, like, do that in this game, if you will. Where, you know, the things don't technically need a target, but practically. You'll need a target in order for stuff to work out. So, he has like, what, 50,000 HP or something, right? Because as you can see, Lena is now super fast right now. If you kill it in this phase, he does show in the void, but not the Necro boss battle. That is weird. Wait, does that mean killing him here actually kind of saves Gilgamesh? It's gonna take a long time to do this. Let me actually just skill toss, I guess. 750? Oh no. Both of my characters had their level and stats reduced, so... Rip me. Wow. I mean, we could reset, yeah. Again, this battle here is more annoying than particularly dangerous or difficult. But as you can see, by the way, Lena gets her turn super fast, kind of indicating that we have been, like, speed singing since a long time with the bird. This isn't a soft lock, it's a hostage situation. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna reset. I would actually play it out and just knock out Gilgamesh if Lena didn't have her level halved. But as it stands, this would just take, like, what, half an hour? Good to know, indeed. So I guess we don't hide at the end. Speaking of hiding, is there much of a reason for Krile to be a bard right now? Maybe I do want the Adama Golem encounters. This is not an Adama Golem encounter. You found out this breaks during Final Fantasy V CG run when you had jump on all characters, ineffective popped up a lot. It does. We also had something or stuff like that happen during the Solo Dragoon run. It's kind of unique. Alright, strength armor, Tetsu sword. And I don't think flirt works on Gilgamesh here, does it? I think he is notoriously immune against literally all status effects. Was it? I'm pretty sure it's this one. I said that earlier about the previous Gilgamesh incarnation, but I think this one actually just has literally no status effect that works on him. Sonic Wave. Okay, it's on car, it's fine. Oh, I forgot to... That's okay. Just immediately start speed singing. Should I just throw money at him? You know, I think we can. Just get this over with, I guess. That's a lot of damage. To be fair, Guild Test would be better from the back row. A man of his caliber there has no time for the whimsy of women. Yep, Guild Test just makes quick work of him. Lena's paying Greg to get lost, literally. Indeed. The end of my warm-up. Gilgamesh change! For Gilgamesh, it's morphing time. I forget the dialogue exactly for the Game Boy Advance version, but it's quite fun. Wait, his attack... Oh no, it doesn't knock out Kara out of singing. Enough expository banter. Now it's time to fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it's morphing time. Nice, thank you, Rakadactylus. You love the character portraits in the GPA version? They're pretty nice. It's just a strange disconnect between the hair colors, which are clearly different. But I'm generally a fan of portraits in chat boxes, so you kind of have immediate ideas on who you're talking to. And if you're playing something like Phantasy Star 4, they even have different portraits for different moods and situations, which honestly adds a lot to the characters. Alrighty, we got the Excalibur. This thing has 100 attack power, except that it always deals 1 damage if you attack with it normally. On the other hand, if you use Goblin Punch with it, a blue magic ability that technically is just a regular attack, for the most part, it actually does deal full damage. It's weird. Or Ninja Throw, yeah. Because I think that uses the same value, doesn't it? Is it weird that you like Excalibur more than Excalibur? Yeah, I don't think it's weird. I don't have an opinion either way. Alrighty. How do I want to tackle this big clown? Oh yeah, right, the wall rings. That's why I got the wall rings to begin with, I remember now. Alrighty, so... maybe I actually want to have Lena minute. But it's a little bit late now, isn't it? Kind of difficult to do. The more subtle misspelling makes it seem more bootlegged for sure. Maybe. I guess you could easily look at it that way. Anyways, yeah, that's fine. We equip the Guardian Dagger for maximum evasion. We get the wall ring on Kryl as well. So she has evasion, well, reflect as well, and the Guardian Dagger. Then, let's see, how do I want to do this? I think I want to have hide on both characters, funnily enough. Then I need to count turns. Let's see if I can actually do this correctly. I just need to... I'm pretty sure it's literally the 10th round he gets, where it is level 3 flare, isn't it? Does he ever use sleep or confusion? No, he doesn't. Okay. Alright, so, welcome to XDev at the end of World 2. This guy has 32,768 HP, which is a lot. He also has a decent amount of defense. He's weak to Holy Element if you somehow manage to get Holy damage. And he can technically be slowed, but if you slow him, he's gonna cast haste on himself, so that's not necessarily a good idea. I don't know if the spider webs thing does that. Also, he has a 2 in 3 chance to use Condemn at the very first turn right here. So, I'm just gonna have Lena get knocked out at some point, because once the countdown timer is gone, she just dies. Actually, what happens if you die off screen with a countdown timer? I genuinely have no idea. Does Lena still die over there? Okay, experiment time. This is probably gonna softlock the game. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think the 10th one is where I wanna show back up. Oh, Lena's just dead now. That's okay. Ah, I got the wrong one. I was one off by one, so that's one. Oh, I started counting on the second one, didn't I? Two, Dynamo changes a row front to back and back to front. 3, it's Gravity, Demi or Fight. 4 is Attack, Attack or Vacuum Wave. 5 is Earthshaker, Earthshaker or Attacking. 6 is Flame, Fighting or Vacuum Wave. 7 is Hurricane, Hurricane or Attacking. 8 is Zombie Breath or Vacuum Wave. This one is Bio, and... wait, did I miscount again? Ah, Vacuum Wave. This is a 2 in 3 chance for him to use level 3 Flare, which can be bounced back to him. Level 3 Flare notably only hits characters that have a level divisible by 3. That's just rude, dude. And he happens to be level 66, so his level is in fact divisible by 3. Demi. Now I probably should heal before hiding again, so let's just use an elixir for this. So next is well, this is a physical attack guaranteed. It's either weak or a strong one, that's fine. Right. Hide. Maybe I should put you in the back row, but that's okay. Next is Earthshaker, probably. And then Flame Fight. Specialty. Hurricane, Hurricane. Probably Zombie Breath. And then Attack or Bio. There we go. Now we show back up. 2 in 3 chance for level 3 Flare here. There we go. And because we bounce it back twice. 2000 damage. You know, it's pretty good. For basically us showing up and just saying hello and then just going back to hiding. Because we don't want to take the next attack, because that's usually Doom again. Putting the timer over our head, which is less than pleasant. Dynamo. Gravity. Attacks. Earthshakers. Flame. Hurricane. Zombie Breath. Next is the attack, and then we show again. There we go. And we hide again. Is there a... right after this turn here would be maybe a time to heal up. Maybe. Okay, turn 3. Turn 4. Turn 5. Turn 6. Turn 7. Turn 8 coming up. Turn 9, and then we show again. Oh, he was still ineffective, so this can happen too, where I don't know why it happens, but it's basically still ineffective for no particularly good reason, honestly. It's gonna probably doom us here again. Or is it still ineffective? Oh, I was one attack early, apparently. I might have unhit... wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Did he skip his turn? Because no, that doesn't make sense either. Anyways, I guess I got lucky. I probably miscounted, didn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we show up for the 10th round. Clear, please. Thank you very much. Then we hide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, we're back. Just in time for a level 3 player to show up. Excellent. Once he drops below 16,000 HP remaining, which I have no idea how much damage that's like the 4th one I did or something like that, he is going to start getting double turns, casting 2 magic spells or 2 physical attacks at a time, and is no longer on the old pattern, so to speak. I think this is 6. Maybe 7. Potentially 8. This could be 9. Let's see if I'm correct. Ineffective. Let's just stick around and find out. Okay, this in fact was turn 1, because he would otherwise use Vacuum Wave if we didn't use level 3 flare, so this is turn 2. Turn 3. Turn 4. Turn 5. Turn 6. 7. 8. 9. Hello. There we go, level 3 flare. It's 3 damage. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. And back to hiding behind the couch, indeed. It's a very silly strategy. 1. But it works pretty well, I would say. 2. Welcome to BMA. Hope you have a lovely day today. And thank you for the good luck. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. There we go. Hello, we're back. Do you have more flares for us? Oh. I think that's a no. Wait, Crowd is gonna die here if I don't elixir her. So, it's a 2 in 3 chance that he's gonna use Doom here anyways. Should I even hide from this? Yeah, probably should. Yep. Condemn it's called in this version. That's turn 1. Turn 2. Turn 3. Turn 4. Turn 5. Turn 6. Turn 7. 8. I'm actually gonna show up on 8, because we need to revive Trial here. 9 is 2 attacks or a bio, so mostly harmless for our purposes. This is what you like about the Fiesta, it forces you to come up with strats. You can be quite inventive, I will say, which is really, really awesome in my opinion. Okay, hide. And hide. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. And we're gonna show Lena here. After the attack we showed Krile as well. Bio, this is about 100 damage to him. He's immune to poison damage, but he's not immune to the HP leak status effect afterwards. I brought Lena out early, so she would be able to heal here. Level 3 Flare. But yes, we should be reasonably close to phase 2 at this point. I don't know how close we are, but hopefully reasonably close. Oh, we are in phase 2 already, so we don't need to worry about hiding anymore, because from here on out it's a rodeo. He's often going to use spells, but we hope that... Miss. That was... Okay, so what happened there is XDev skipped his first turn attack, because he sometimes can just do nothing on one of his 2 turns he gets, and then the second turn Lena just blocked or dodged the attack. And it just shows out as a little pause and then miss for no reason. Anyways, we have gonna have Krile protect, because he's hopefully just gonna knock himself out. Gonna heal Krile to full, because that's the only way she survives a vacuum wave, I think. And we just hope he is using a lot of these spells here. We're gonna protect Lena as well, just in case we get hit. Yag has forgotten more obscure corner case exploits in this game than most people ever learn. Maybe. But yeah. He can theoretically attack physically twice. I just hope he doesn't do that on Kara, because I think she doesn't have quite enough HP to survive 2 vacuum waves. Although it is kinda close. Also, while I'm keeping Lena's turn here, Krile is still protecting. So even though technically it's Kryle's turn here already, it's basically going to be quite alright. Because she takes half damage, while we don't get another turn with her. She's still protecting. Also, after a spell cast, the second attack often is just like... If it misses for whatever reason, it's also invisible. Actually, I probably want to heal up here in this case. Gonna continue defending with Kara here. Okay, definitely want to heal Lena now. I could also... Let's risk using the Vitality Song, so Lena gets regeneration. It's not that valuable for Krile, or Kara, I guess. Spells again? Nice. It's not that valuable for Kara, because she has very low vitality, second lowest of any job. But for Lena, this actually is going to be some decent healing along the way. What we also could theoretically do, by the way, is just wait until XDev runs out of MP by hiding. Like, literally go grocery shopping or something like that while we hide, and he just runs out of MP eventually. But we actually want him to cast spells in this situation. But if you would not use a Reflectoring, but you, let's say, use the Elf Cape for more physical dodge chance, then that might be a viable strategy, even if it's a slow one. You know, it's kind of funny. I think I didn't attack Xdeath a single time in this encounter. He functionally knocked himself out. Well, I'm saying that as if I already won, but it's reasonably likely that I will, I guess. It's not guaranteed. Now let's heal you. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Actually, no, don't stop hitting yourself. That's very convenient. Thing you learned this year, there's a scripting for Phase 3 that was never implemented. It removes the double turns, but adds Meteor into the script. Yep. Whether it was intentional or not is kind of up for debate. It's reasonably plausible that they had like the script there but decided that it was too much to add Meteor at the end. And then just kind of left the code in there in case they decide to implement it anyways. At least that's what I would do, like I would just make it so, hey, the code just doesn't get executed, but I wouldn't immediately remove it if I already programmed it for it to be functional. So it's technically a case of orders of operations where, because it first checks for whether it is below 16,000 HP remaining, it never is going to afterwards check whether it is below, what is it, 10,000 HP remaining or whatever. And so it never ends up getting to that part of the script. So that's kind of how it is in the code. But practically, that could be intentional. You sure hope it's intentional. This fight is a lot already, right? One bad roll of Meteor can one-shot the party at reasonable levels here. Yes, absolutely. Unless you're doing the funny thing, and you decide to run him out of MP before you get to that phase. Which, you know, you can reasonably do with Blue Mage. And more easily, actually, if we have Mystic Knight. He's a 3, why is he not weak to fire? I mean, considering that he can spit fire at you himself with Fire Aga, maybe he has enough control over that element that it doesn't bother him too much. Right, we're gonna unequip Lena here for a bit. Because we're only gonna have Cryo. Also, I'm gonna properly do the rest of this run tomorrow. So this seems like a good stopping point for now. Have you ever done such tried a no-gill shopping in this playthrough of Final Fantasy V? I have not, no. No gill, no shops, no inns. Seems reasonably easy, all things considered. At least at a first glance. There's probably complications I'm not thinking of. Like no regular healing items, but you do get to use the healing stuff, I suppose. You don't actually get to use magic for the most part. Well, except for summons. Because you can't buy the spells. How are you doing a no-gill run? Are you not allowed to win any fights as reward skill? Now, I think the implication is just you are not allowed to do anything with the money you earn. Like, I would also kind of, in this situation, exclude Guild Toss from the Samurai, because, well, you would be using the Guild. Just see how much you amass at the end, I guess. I've never done one of those runs, no. But it could be fun. Kind of just makes me think of... what if you did a no healing run on top of it? Like, no tents, no cottages. Aside from the story heals, you don't get any free ones. Which, funnily enough, actually means that Lena would be knocked out for the rest of the game, huh? Actually, no, she gets revived for the barrier tower. Also, something that I didn't know for a long time, I'd like to point out, is that there's a secret passage here. The reason why I like to point it out is because you cannot... Normally the thief allows you to see secret passages, but this one here is a notable exception. Well, it's not that notable, I guess, because it's just 2 cabins here, but... You know, it's a thing. You guess stealing would basically break the challenge? I mean, yeah, you can get infinite high potions, and like 70 elixirs if you really want to. I guess the tricky part would also be that there's a lot of like good equipment that you would like to have, but you're not gonna get at that point. Which is why I'm kind of contemplating, if I did such a run, would it be reasonable or even doable if I were to say no healing? The implication, I guess, would also be that it would also be no healing from elemental attacks. So Flame Ring, if the enemy uses fire, it would be a reset. Not hidden, just behind the wall. I suppose that's true. No Gale PS1 run has to stop on World 2. It does? Besides Summoner, it would be almost magicless here. Yeah, I mean, Song is considered magic as well, but yeah. You can get Frog. Well, actually, Blue Magic. You can get all Blue Magics. Never mind. But at the same time, if you think about it this way, and no inns, no money using, no shopping, could just be a fun challenge to do more casually, really. Like, again, as I've said previously, a challenge run doesn't have to be necessarily horrendously difficult or ridiculous. It can just be like adding in a nice little twist. You know, kind of like the Job Fiesta does to your playthrough. So I think that could just be fun. What did they change in the PS1 version at one skill? I'm actually curious too. Because I don't know. Anyways, as I've mentioned before, I think I am done for today. We're gonna be tackling the rest of the game maybe tomorrow. It could be that I take a streaming break tomorrow. But we'll continue this sometimes. So everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night. Bye bye.